word is You know the kind of like starch they bind it together, the apple to keep it nice and crispy. It's kind of juicy and crunchy. The only thing is missing really, buttery, of course. You know, for the making and also the apples, I would give it a 4 too.
Before we enter the sandwich territory, I'm gonna give you this. I've never had this sweet chili wrap. It's probably one of the healthier things, nothing fried.
So they have lettuce, they have cucumber, a little bit chili sauce. That's the only thing that I really enjoyed is the chicken meat. I would give it a 2.
All right, we're on to the sandwiches now, / burgers. Basic cheeseburger.
Is it a mini size? Seems to me it has been shrunk.
It's just a cheeseburger.
I know, but is it? I remember it used to be much bigger. Wow, they have little bits of tiny little onions. I can count them. Pickle, ketchup, mustard. Eating hamburger, there's just so many schools of eating hamburger. People like thick patty, people like really thin patty, people like it greasy. People want double deck. You know what the craving about this type of burger, you know where it is? Makes you very satisfying when you're chewing it. You still have a little bit of meat, you have the acidity, you have the sweet, you have the cheesiness, and also you have the onion. And then it's very addictive, it's a mustard and pickle. Would I like this kind of burger? No, that's not my thing, but I do love a thick, juicy burger. That with the meat that you can hold in your hand. Sometimes might be the juice coming down, it's all good. I would give this a 3.
I thought you were gonna give it lower. Well, maybe you're thinking of this one, which is very popular, quarter pounder. It's a bit thicker, fatty.
See? That's what I'm trying to say to you, son. That's just what I remember this. Now let's look at the inside. Okay, the onions is more. I like it. I see what I like. This time they don't put the onions in the bottom. Let me check. You see? Something a little different. They put sesame seed. It makes it a little bit more gourmet.
I think this is a lot of people's favorite thing from McDonald's.
I think, you know, I can understand why people like it. It's meaty, it has a little bit more filling. Well, why people buy the other one then? What's the point? Cheaper?
Yeah, cheaper.
I do prefer eating this. I'll give it a 4.
Alright, we're just gonna get bigger and bigger. Go big or go home.
Wow.
Big Mac. I think this is the most popular thing at McDonald's. You've had a Big Mac before, right?
Oh yes.
I think you had it for a video.
This is very satisfying. And if I want to eat a burger, that's what kind of meat I'm gonna have.
The Big Mac sauce is different from the other ones too.
Yeah, I noticed there's a lot of sauce. You know, if somebody like it really juicy, like a little bit sloppy, I think this is something you want to go for. You're gonna ask me, do I like it? I really like it. I'm giving it a 5.
That's as good as the chick fillet, as the fish fillet?
Yes. There's a difference between eating the meat and eating a fish. Yes, equal.
I swear in our rating fast food video you didn't like it that much.
What?
Well, I'm gonna see, but...
If I'm hungry, I would eat it. Would I actually call it a meal? No way.
So I didn't even know this existed. I don't know if it's new or I'm just a McDonald's new, but this is even bigger than the Big Mac.
Okay, wow.
The big arch.
The big arch is like a Madonna arch.
Yeah.
It makes me laugh. Look at the size of this toy, look at the size of this Mac. Come on, it looks so ridiculous. I might want to revalue the Big Mac. Let me try this. Wow, after you eat this, it's gonna put you to sleep, that's for sure. A hungry man meal, this is pow.
So is that a good thing?
Well, if you are into that kind of like pow, yes. The satisfying, I would like this more satisfying than the other one. Can I go back to the rating? I would give them a 4 and this one is a 5.
Do you actually love this?
Yes. You know, when you eat a burger, you need to be very, how would I use that word? Really like, that kind of feeling. You know what I mean? Let's eat a burger. It's
What
very...
word is that?
Huh?
What word is that?
I don't know.
Last but not least, you're going through the chickens. So I got all the chickens here. McSpicy, McCrispy, and this is the classic McChicken.
Do the classic first. Lettuce and pretty much mayonnaise. That's it. That's 2 things in it. I want to see the meat of the chicken. I'm not so crazy about this. It's just, I find it a little bit boring to me. So I would give it a 2.
This is a McSpicy, basically a spicy version, but I think the patty is a bit different. See how it's like looking different fried?
Hey, guess what? They give you a really a chicken breast. You see the shredded of the muscle? There you go.
So you like that one better?
Oh yeah, you know, it tastes real. Well, as real as you can be. And also the batter is nice. I like the spice level. I would say they need a little more sauce. I think that really brings it home. I'm gonna give it the 3, but if they put more sauces, I'll give it a 4.
Alright, the last thing, I don't even know what this is, McCrispy. The bun is different. It's like a different bun, no?
Yeah, it looks like a East European bun.
Oh, this is grilled, not fried. That's the difference.
Again, real chicken meat, which I love. I like this a lot, son.
Really?
Yes, I like the bun first of all.
What's the difference in the bun?
And this one, it's when you bit into it, doesn't have that kind of dryness. It does not squeeze in. Everything a little bit lighter, this one. You know, a little bit more area.
Is it like potato roll?
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Huh? Did you look what that is?
I don't know, you're the chef.
Yeah. Yes, I would give this a 5.
5?
5, yes. For a sandwich, yes.
Your average rating I'm gonna put on the screen, it's like probably so high. You really love McDonald's.
No, I'm just, okay, you know, today, I have to think like people who normally go to McDonald's, and then I would just give a little opinion to kind of not like a gourmet chef opinion. I'm not rating as sort of like, hey, you know what, this is no good, yeah, this should have more, this, no. I'm rating at people, I want to get into the mindset, and this is something, there's an education. Oh, are they using ground chicken? Are they using fresh chicken breasts? So that's the difference, right?
Like you have to keep the same standard for when we do Chick-fil-A or Wendy's.
Yeah, because you know, I cannot be prejudiced, always give my opinion, because I pretty much ate everything in the world that I have traveled. There are lots I haven't tried, but my knowledge, I'm, you know, in my late 60s, right? So I'm very knowledgeable with food because I look at food every day, I taste food every day, I touch it every day, I smell it every day, I seen it every day. So that's the first thing I get up in the morning is food. Before I go to bed, I had dinner and also food. So, you know, it's surrounded. Huh?
Lunch?
There's lunch too, yes.
Ready for the new outro?
Yeah.
Subscribe if the sixth sick sheep's sick. Tongue twister.
Describe.
Subscribe. That was the easy part. Describe.
The sixth sick sheep. The sixth sick shakes. Sixth sheep sick. The sixth sick shakes. Sixth sheep sick. Go back. Who want to create this stuff? Make me do all these silly things. Come on. Describe.
and then it turns it into like taking a side.
Disagreement where I get upset because you guys aren't defending me publicly after everything I've done to support you guys, and like you bring on people who are fucking denims and Frogan who did a fucking anti-Semitic tier list, and you're platforming them and co-signing them. And by the way, to even make it even more crazy, Lena's fighting in your fight, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I actually can't believe that he did this. It's actually fucking unreal.
Pretty wild.
And it's just so pathetic, too. Like, talk about a bandwagon.
Let's see if I find any more of these here. It's about Sam Hyde. We got only a few more minutes, and then we got to get ready for this this event here. And so I've only got time for like 2 or 3 more clips. I saw Sabra meme in the video as well. I think that it really, like, if somebody, like if I call somebody a monkey and I'm doing it with like a racial connotation, that's worse than if I just say somebody's a monkey, right? Like, I feel like you can use a term that's not a racial slur in a way that is a racial slur. Like, you guys see what I'm saying, right? Where, like, if you, like, it's not about the word, it's about how the word is used and the intent behind it. It's a dog whistle, right? Exactly. Yeah, for sure. It's not about the word. It's never been about the word.
You know what's funny?
Don't call me Frieza. I'm not. God, what the fuck?
You only think that Sam Hyde broke Ian.
Does Sam Hyde? Was this about Sam Hyde?
A joke in the video or not?
You know what's funny? I genuinely think that Sam Hyde broke Ian. And when he told me, he was like, he came and he
was
like,
such a bizarre chapter.
He says, I'm doing a documentary on Sam Hyde. I told him, and Anissa was here. I said, I said, that's a huge mistake. Do not do it. You guys, I don't know who, I said, do not do it. Like, trust me. Because Sam's the type of guy who's going to get the best of you, really, no matter what.
That's the candy
and
man.
What do you expect? Turns out he did. And he's even crazier than Ian anticipated.
Right.
He absolutely, you know, I think it just broke him. And I mean, Sam Hyde's like super ultra right, so maybe he's
he is.
I don't know. I'm like Sam Hyde now, apparently.
I was talking about it in
I don't think Sam thinks very highly of Jewish people either, so I don't know.
I was talking about it in the office the other day, but I didn't know who Sam Hyde was until iDubbbz brought him back in the spotlight.
That's it.
I think a lot of people didn't know who he was, and he kind of brought him back into the limelight, and kind of now he's like.
I'm not sure if I would agree with that. Because at that point, Sam Hyde already had a TV show on Adult Swim, which is like a nationally syndicated television network. So I feel like people knew who Sam Hyde was. But obviously the iDubbbz thing was an elevating factor. Never heard of him? Oh, damn, that's crazy. Like, for me, I've known about Sam for years.
Like, popular again,
Yeah, he's popping.
Yeah.
And that's all thanks to Ian. Now, I'll say Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me a lot when I was coming up. But he's also like, he's just a little crazy. That's, you know, and also like extremely right wing, and potentially a Nazi as well. Potentially a Nazi. I mean, he had when he did the World
Peace
show. There was a sketch where it was just a bunch of kids going, Jews, we love Jewish people, and I was like, this makes me very uncomfortable.
I can see why you feel that way for sure.
But that's that.
Why do you have that much
Sam Hyde,
eyes?
congratulations, you did break Ian's brain.
It seems that way. Yeah. There it is. And so. Basically, Hassan's been calling his enemies Diddy associates for months now, especially Dan Saltman. I do think that, like, I think Hassan needs to not be talking about people, like, in terms of, like, sexual behavior. I feel like that's kind of like a line that you don't cross with people. And if you do cross that line with people, they're probably, like, that's, like, kind of the, in my opinion, like, that's the point of, like, no return, right? where like you're trying to like make insults and like imply shit about people that is like legitimately like career ending, like felony level, worse than murder in the eyes of the public implications about people. And I think the moment that you do something like that, that is way, way, way fucking over the line. And honestly, I think if you start using that type of weaponry, like that's like using nuclear bombs, right? And so if somebody drops one of those back on you, I think that's what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. I do. Like, you do not need to be saying shit like that about people. It's a massive fucking mistake. And especially, like, apparently, like, Hassan had some tweet about this. I have to hang with Diddy's Ciroc entourage and trickle down, bang anything thrown his way. This is like Hassan made this tweet, like, a fucking 14 years ago, 13 years ago. Like, I'm not going to go and take this and turn this into, like, Hassan being a diddler, like, or anything. He probably just made a joke, right? And that was it. So, like, and the problem is, it's the dishonesty of it. I think it's the dishonesty of it, and I think it's the intentional, weaponized dishonesty of it. Big fucking mistake to make. Huge fucking mistake to make. And I don't think it really helps anything. It just makes everybody mad. Who says that? I don't know. I mean, like, the thing is that, again, oh, this is last one, then we can get ready for that event. Okay, guys?
And to be quite honest, it's very hard to look at, you know, like, you know, karma will make its way. To me, it's very hard to look at it that way. I wish I had that point of view. You know what I mean?
Why do you think that karma isn't working against you? Like, you've wished, like, fucking mental disorders on big groups of people. Like, how is it when like, how do you assume that karma's on your side? Really, like, I mean, if you're in a bad position and you, like, really just take, like, have a degree of self-awareness and think to yourself, wow, well, like, maybe if you really believe in karma and it's always working against you, maybe ask yourself what the reason for that is.
Because, like, you know, you see the shittiest fucking people at the top. I don't know if I believe in karma. You know what I mean? And I'm like, if I had to...
What do you mean? Like, Hassan's one of the most popular content creators, and you're one of his mods. Like, what are you talking about? It's not even true. But really, it's not even true. Like, what do you even mean?
My career over this bullshit, at least I can say I was consistent in my views. And I have been consistently against genocide, and it consistently uplifted the Palestinian people.
You didn't need to go and say that, like, you hope that American soldiers got PTSD to uplift the Palestinian people. And how are you trying to uplift the Palestinian people when you call Ludwig a cracker and you tell him not to donate to the Palestinian people when he said he was going to donate $10,000 and you say to keep your money? You're not helping them. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, why even say why would you even say this? It's just like, because I don't know what like, I don't know. People like this, they get in their room and they get in their head. You don't need to be like this. Just stop being like this. It's weird.
guys can't say that, but I can.
I'm the only person who is, like, I'm the only person who's who cares about their morale. Like, again, nobody else is consistent, but I'm the only one that's consistent. How do you think that telling somebody not to donate to Palestine is helping Palestinians? Really? Like, and then calling them a racial slur? Like, what? What are you talking about?
Sam for Frogan.
And I feel like such a bitch for crying, but it's just like you sit and reflect, and it's just like, what the fuck, dude? There are some days I just sit and I'm just like, I'm just like, I'm like, what did I do to deserve this? You know what I mean?
Have you ever watched your top clips? Like, have you ever watched them? Like,
This video has been sponsored by Opera. I've never been someone who's really into jewelry, and even now I'm not wearing any, but for some reason, I've always liked grills. I think they're really cool, and I've always wanted some, but I've also always been kind of concerned about how I would look. So recently, out of curiosity, I paid a guy on Fiverr to Photoshop some onto me. And it actually wasn't as bad as I thought. I mean, it also wasn't amazing. And just the idea of going into a store and paying someone to handcraft them for me, knowing that I might look like that, is kind of embarrassing. So instead, I've decided to try and make them myself. Not only could I do this in the comfort of my own lab, the process itself also looks really fun and interesting. It'll involve molding my own teeth, carving things, casting things, burning them, and playing with gold. So yeah, I'm gonna try and make my own custom grills. And hopefully, I look better than the Photoshop version. Okay, let's start. Everything is right here. Well, not everything, just some of it. So we have these, some mouth molds. Actually, we have a lot of mouth molds. Why do we have so many mouth molds? We got some base and some catalyst. We have a whole tub of putty. And then we have some wax. And then we have the tools. Why are they rainbow?
I don't know. That was what I found online.
And finally, the gold. Very important part.
Wow.
So, we don't need a lot of this stuff right now. We're gonna focus. You think I can make it?
Dude.
We're gonna focus on this part, where I have to use all of this to get a mold of my teeth. We need to mix the catalyst and the base together. And I think these are exactly how much we need, so I don't have to measure anything. Oh yeah, okay. We gotta get rid of any streaks, and it's supposed to just be one uniform color. I think that's looking pretty good. Okay, so we gotta now roll it. You roll it into a little tube, and then you lay it in here. Gotta make sure that it's up on the edges. So I think that's looking pretty good. And now, I need to put this in my mouth and squish it for 5 minutes. So.
Yeah, really push it up your teeth. Push it. Yeah, that's good. All right, now. You will feel it start to get harder on your teeth.
Huh. Oh my God, that's so nasty.
There you go.
Is that good?
Turn it around, let me see.
It doesn't look like it molded properly. I was kind of okay with it, but I don't like how the canine there looks.
Oh yeah, that's not right.
Was there not enough putty there, or did I like squish it away? Like, was there tooth in the way?
I don't think there was enough putty. I think a lot of the putty squeezed to the back.
So the question now is, do we redo it?
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
okay. Why am I so bad at this? This was supposed to be just an easy part that you just do and move on. Okay, mix.
You think you got it this time?
No, this is not going to be enough.
Maybe. Do you have a huge mouth? Maybe.
Think that looks okay?
I think so. Yeah. Should be good.
Okay. That looks really good.
There you go. That is exactly how it's supposed to be.
I mean, compared to this one, this one looks pretty sharp and defined. There's some parts where the plastic seems to have popped through, but I think it's okay. So it's not absolutely perfect, but I think it's good enough. And now it's time for the bottom ones. That's actually, besides the spit, that looks really good.
Yeah. Very detailed.
Okay. Wow. Either I'm lucky, either I'm getting better, or I'm just lucky. Either way. Now, we have the full set. The top and the bottom. And now what we have to do next is fill them with plaster. Add the plaster. It's goopifying. I think it's ready. I think it's good to go. So, just get our molds here, and I'll just carefully pour it into each one. So go to this, I'll do this one first. All the teeth, no teeth get neglected.
Well, that's perfect.
I'm gonna prop it up. And this way, if I add a bit more, it should stay at the back.
I'd probably stop there.
Okay, and I'll now load the other one. Just put way too much.
That's okay. That's perfect.
Now, just got to get a toothpick. Yeah, it's got to make sure that I go into each tooth so that I can knock out any potential air bubbles.
I think if there's any air bubbles, it's ruined. So it's actually
Really?
pretty important. Oh yeah.
The problem is I can't see at all what I'm doing, and I forget what my teeth look like, so I'm very much just poking around in the dark.
It's probably pretty good, that one.
Yeah, okay. So I'll go to this one.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's good, but it's going to take a while to set. And I think I have to leave it here for at least a couple hours. Okay, so we're finally back, and hopefully it doesn't suck. So I guess we just have to demold them, right?
Yeah.
Just got to pop them out. Which one do we do first? Let's do the bottom one.
Yeah, it seems like it might work.
Okay, rock solid. That's a good sign. I think will it come out if we just...
Just gotta bend it and should come out.
It broke at the back. See?
What do you mean?
Here.
Okay, that's okay.
That's okay. It's just trash anyway.
Yeah.
It seems okay if I actually just do this. No,
You just gotta be careful, because you can't grab one end and lift it.
Why did we keep it in this plastic? Either way, I'm going to attempt. Okay, this is the challenge. I broke.
Yep,
Oh, that was so bad.
that was my fear. So good thing is you can keep the mold.
Yeah, the mold's still good. Just, this is sad. I got a broken tooth there.
The mold looks great though. It's very detailed. All right.
Okay, well, I'll put that to the side. Now I have zero hope for this one.
Don't say that. Why are you losing hope already? The technique? Try to get the rubber out. Try to get the rubber out first. The silicone. Yeah, you're good. Focus on the rubber. Yeah.
This one's definitely way less fragile. Just trying not to get too enthusiastic.
There you go.
It actually worked. And now, just pop it out very carefully.
Whoa.
My God, it's my teeth. It looks good, right?
That looks perfect.
Okay, so this one worked out great. The top is great, but these are bad. And unfortunately, we have to redo them. So we'll just do that quickly. If this breaks, I'll cry.
I'll cry with you.
No! I think we have to just glue it back. No! I think we have to just glue it back together or something. This is so annoying. You can't shimmy it. You can't, you can't move it very much. But I think if I just lift it from the front, it'll work. I just have to get it under this lip here. Okay, got it. Now I think I just have to lift.
Oh.
It worked! It actually worked. Okay.
Perfect.
It looks good.
Still looks a bit wet.
Yeah, it definitely is not fully cured. It definitely needs some time to dry out. So, this has fully dried now, the bottom one. And now we have the top one. And something that I wanted to do was see if it stacked on it properly. Did that work?
Looks good.
Oh yeah. That's me.
It's pretty detailed.
No, I think it turned out really well. So now what we have to do next is make a wax mold of each of these. Got the wax, and I'll first chop one of the sheets in half. Okay, so got our 1/2. Now I just need some warm water. And I'll drop it in. The wax is, oh yeah, it's quite soft. Now we just have to push it onto the teeth. Oh yeah. Okay. Just kind of squishing it on. I think the goal here is just to cover everything and to get as much detail as we can transferred to the wax. Okay. Try to shove this on.
Oh, you want it real thick.
Yes. Okay, so with both waxes on, I can start shaping it. So which tool do I use? Maybe this? So I think now we just have to go around every tooth to try to get the definition. Now you just like squish into the wax, I guess. Uh-oh. I don't like how this is turning out.
What do you mean?
I just feel like I'm doing a bad job. I feel like it's just ugly. It's more difficult than I thought it would be.
Like you said, it should fit no matter what, right? Because it's fitting on your teeth.
Yeah, it'll fit no matter what. It just might look horrible. Like, what is going... It's not... You know what? I'm going to cut the wax away.
There you
Oh,
go.
that wasn't bad. Okay, and now I think I'm gonna try to just cut each tooth out. God, this is actually not gonna be super easy. Okay, it's slowly getting there. Okay. Think that's okay?
I think that's great. Now you can just do even more
Just clean it up?
detailing. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that. I don't know if I have what it takes. Okay, I think I'm gonna pretend I know how to clean this up and not make it look horrendous. Oh no. Oh my god, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Oh my gosh, what's happening here?
Why am I so bad at this?
That's it. Call it a day. It looks like that.
Are you insulting it?
Can you imagine making girls that just look horrible? That'd be crazy.
I'm just struggling here. It's just not turning out how I want.
It is also your first time.
I know, but you know, you always think things are gonna be better than they turn out to be.
I can't believe you use Google Images to inspire yourself.
I need something
This is where your creativeness comes out.
I don't have any creativity. I need a reference photo.
You could
I need to copy.
No.
Okay, so I think I know what the problem is. I think the problem is they're way too long. It should be ending like there. Like here, I think. Yeah, this is looking better. I was just afraid to cut off too much wax. But I mean that's looking better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It looks more normal.
Yeah. It's looking good, dude. It's looking good. Things are finally going my way. Nothing could go wrong now.
Don't say that.
Yeah. It's not perfect, but I think it's good enough. It's better than I thought it was gonna turn out to be.
Nice.
At some point I was getting very worried, but I think it actually looks okay. Okay. Still not perfect, like the other one, but I think it's pretty good. Okay, gonna pop it off. Gonna test if it fits.
Oh my god.
How do I look? Oh.
Wait, smile? Dude, that's spooky. It's pretty good. How does it feel though? Does it snap in right?
Yeah. I all feel really good.
What?
I all feel really good. I feel good.
Okay.
It'll look good though in gold?
Yeah, I hope.
Okay, so it's time to turn all of this beautifully sculpted wax into gold. And the first step is to add a little bit more wax. So I have like a whole box of these little sticks.
Should you cut them to size?
Yeah, I'm just trying to like see how much I probably need. So to get to the middle, I say it's like what, like here? So I'll cut it. That looks decent. So I think all you do is get a little bit of liquid wax going. Then you just have to just trying to connect it. Oh, there. See, it actually liquefied and connected to the tooth. So I think we have to just do that all the way around. Okay, so it's connected.
Oh, that looks good.
Okay, I mean, it's not absolutely beautiful, but I think that's the general idea. Looked pretty centered-ish, right?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good. I think at this point it's pretty good. We have a bunch of wax sprues that have pretty good coverage of the whole grill. And I think we're ready to move on to the next step. What I have to do now is attach these to this little nub of wax. Okay, so we got one. That looks pretty good. Now this one just has to
Connect together, right?
Yeah, I can join them. Okay, I think it's good. It looks pretty sloppy, but it's attached.
Yeah, the teeth look pretty level.
I think it's good enough. And now, we have to plaster it. Okay, so the first thing that I'll need is this giant hunk of metal. I just have to put it over the wax. Okay, nice and sealed. And this is what we're gonna pour the plaster into. Right now though, there's big holes that the plaster will go through. And we do have to cover them for now. It's gonna go over the top here. Okay. Okay.
Nice.
I mean, it's basically ready for the plaster, but we actually need another tool or a machine to do it. And it's this thing that's been behind us the whole time. Yeah. Oh, look at that dust. Don't breathe this. If you breathe this, you'll die. Okay. I'm gonna quickly get a timer going. Okay, 3 minutes. Good. Now, just gotta take this dome off. We put it in here. Put this over. Turn this on. And should pull a vacuum. Yeah, the dome is sucked down.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, okay, forgot to say. By pulling a vacuum, we're just trying to get all of the air out of the plaster. Otherwise, we might get air bubbles around the wax, which could completely mess up the final result.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think this is it. So you turn it off. I'll release it. So the bubbles all disappeared. Now, take all this debubbleized stuff, and we have to pour it into here. Okay. Fully covered. There's no going back. Okay. Now, we'll quickly take this here, put the dome back. And this time it should be a minute. So I think that's it. Okay. And it should be basically done. Basically just have to leave it here. And hope. I'm just hoping it actually molded properly. Oh, that actually worked pretty well. All the tape is gone, and I actually have to get a knife. So I think these have to, they should slice off.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's fine.
The next thing that we have to do is flip it over, and we just got to take this rubber thing off, and hopefully it looks nice.
There you go.
Oh yeah. So, the idea now is that everything we put into this rubber thing is now, if you can see, like kind of like upside down. So the grills are sitting down here, and we now have channels flowing down in the form of wax into each of the grills. But to actually turn this into a mold, we need to get rid of the wax. And that's why this whole process is called lost wax. And to do this, I've set up a nice little kiln. And I've drawn it out, the temperature cycle.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, the oven's already been preheated to 300 Fahrenheit. And from what I saw, you put it face down so that the wax part is at the bottom. And this way, as it melts, it can just leak out. Okay. So open it up.
called miraculin berries or miracle fruit.
What kind of miracles do they perform?
It's supposed to make sour and bitter foods taste sweet. What you want to do is take out like a few of them, I'd say like 3, and then you chew them.
Okay, and you can swallow them, right?
Yeah, once they're like completely chewed.
Okay.
So I wanted to try having you try some lemons.
Okay. It's definitely not sour. It just tastes like lemonade now.
Like sweet lemonade?
Sweetened, but not over the top.
So the other thing I want to try is the most bitter thing that you have.
Denatonium benzoate?
Yeah. So here, it's a
Okay.
pre-made solution.
Okay. It's definitely still bitter.
Oh man.
But I would say that for this, which almost made me throw up last time, it's pretty good.
So I got these. It's called miraculin berries or miracle fruit.
What kind of miracles do they perform?
It's supposed to make sour and bitter foods taste sweet. What you want to do is take out like a few of them, I'd say like 3, and then
Now, the Korean media has been destroying him. We have a this is a good one.
here.
Okay. So let me load up this video here for you. Once again, this is something that I haven't seen anybody else have so far. So this is kind of exclusive to Legal Mindset. So here you go. Here is them on either the first or second video where they had to delete it due to pornography. So right here, you see Hank and Johnny streaming together. You know, you got the bros right here. What is here is their Discord chat. What is blurred out is some very nasty, very, very graphic sexual stuff, including some super deviant stuff. So you'll even hear them here talking about this.
Like a news, like we noticed, but like you want. Oh, what the hell is niggas posting up there? Yo, mods, clean up the clip chat, or I'm not even. I gotta verify the clips over here. Like nigga, come on, mods. We gotta make a roll. Yo, some of them might make a roll to even post in the clip chat. Okay. I know. Nana, can you do me?
So, see, he knows what he did.
Someone need to make a roll to post in the clip chat.
He knows what he did.
Crazy, is it echoing, guys? Let me know if it's echoing, guys.
Right here, someone says delete the VOD.
Basically saying, you know, before I go in the
Delete
event,
the
I
VOD.
need to be motivated. I need motivation. Redo the stream, so I need to end the stream because of that, because that fucking shit popped up. Delete the VOD and start.
See, and the thing is, he knows what in his own Discord. He knows what he's showing, right? And he's having to repeatedly delete this stuff because he's got heavy pornographic material that's going on in his Discord, including some stuff that may even be illegal, hanging out in that Discord. So yeah, that's fun stuff. That's always stuff that, you know, Johnny just does because he's not careful. He doesn't think things through, and he just throws these things out there. And he made several of those mistakes last night, including showing some disturbing material involving children, which we're going to get to. We've got so much to get to tonight. It's kind of nuts, guys. It's kind of nuts. But one thing I want to get to is make sure to get out through all the chats. I obviously appreciate the support, and I try to get through these. Of course, I will have clips of all these different things out for you guys. But let me get to some of these chats. Rayobi says, shout out to Atozi and Mom and Trill. Hey, both two great creators, small and large. They also had to put in good work. They have. The attention puts pressure on the courts and eventually puts it into law, like deepfakes was added in September. Yes, and I hope the law is changed in many countries regarding this. Thomas Anderson said, Koreans like the judge in Liar Liar. It is out of sheer morbid curiosity that I am allowing this freak show to continue, and what a freak show it is. This is probably, ladies and gentlemen, and I've covered many criminal trials and many things all around the world. I have never seen anyone ever continue to commit crimes and dig themselves in deeper while criminal charges are pending. One difference between this and let's say the Vitali cases, we're probably not going to get any more charges for Vitali because he's behind bars. So, what we have on the table is what we have on the table. Versus Ramzi Khalid Ismail, who is given the opportunity to dig himself deeper, thus the thumbnail. And despite their best efforts, despite all of their chat and their Discord, literally begging, right? I mean, this was from last night, and it was literally begging on his Discord. Someone tell Johnny quickly delete the VOD. It's too late. His decision to stream and to continue to stream is giving more evidence, not just for the court of public opinion, not just for YouTube, not just for my channel, but for the courts themselves, because many of these things are related to the crimes which are pending before him. When Johnny is talking to minors under the age of consent from various places and countries, he's talking to young girls actively and with joy, and he's under investigation for child sexual harassment. Those things are very relevant for the court to know that he is doing these things. When he is making threats against people, these things are very relevant for the court to know. So these are all things that will come back, and there's no deleting of the VOD that's going to save him at all. Felix Wu says, Johnny Somali, we need you to make a rule. What a joke. What a joke. Forever Young is a new member. Thank you. Let's see here. Thumb Ugly says, F Deuces streamers, one day I'll see the Korean temple you showed in street food. Yeah, it's awesome. In Japan, Mount Fuji, Musashi's Cave, street food, and I'm fat. Yeah, that's all good. Hey, listen, I love the street food. I had some delicious street food this week. Some absolutely delicious street food. Some great khao soi, some other great curries, some great stuff. Some great boiled pork. It was delicious. And some grilled octopus too. That was great. A lot of good food this weekend. I would be so much more fit if I didn't love food as much. So I cannot blame you at all. And Asia's got some great street food. Korea, Japan, Thailand, Philippines, a lot of great food. Craig Corbel says, please buy your editor some soju in therapy for the Ramzi Khalid Ismail PTSD. Yeah, thank you guys. And you can always go over and support on Ko-Fi if you want to toss some bucks over there. That helps out the whole team that's behind me. Juicebox Poppy 182 says, so what I'm guessing is Sisters. Yeah, it's the logic for free Vitaly and free for the sake of whataboutism, just like Niji Sisters. Yeah, it's the logic for free Vitaly and free Somali is just mind-numbing. It's so stupid. And it's people that aren't arguing the law, they're arguing just like feelings or, oh, these people are my friends, which, okay, your friends don't get away with crimes. Pilot Girl says, love the Be Right Back clip. It's heartwarming. Really?
Are you guys enjoying the stream today?
I like it too. Jean-Claude says for 5, I'm worried about his family. All the actions have reflected on them. It's has to be already affecting them in the community. Nobody deserves that. Actually, I think the person who is really affecting is probably Hank's family because they're in Korea. Johnny's people are in the US, so but Hank's family is really probably getting more heat than Hank himself. And in fact, Hank, who is a loser with no job, he hasn't been in the army, he doesn't do anything, he's, living on mommy and, mommy's paycheck. He kind of doesn't feel the consequences, but the family does. You can lose business over this stuff, and people often do. Neko Girl says he's digging like he's trying to dig through the earth to escape Korea. He's not going to like it if he comes out on the other side. Donnie for 20 said these streamers legitimately act like kids pushing their parents' patience in a store, acting up, looking at people for their reactions, and crying when they get spanked, asking, what did I do? Knowing full well what they did. Absolutely. Donnie gave another 10. Thank you so much. And Renee Jasper also became a new member. Big Buddha says I gave them before the stream. Ooh, let me go back and check. They probably did go through. I do appreciate that. And thank you to all the gifters. If you received a gift membership today, please just say thank you. That's the least you can do for the gifters. And Baked Buddhist, I see from the beginning I got them. They just didn't show up on my software. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Cat Game says, since you think it's Tozy and you get credit from media, we do. People mention him, people mention me, and they don't have to, but I appreciate it. It's not required. And I've always said you can clip my channel as much as you want, and you can use it as long as you're helping convict Ramsey Khalida Smile. Rand Recruit says those who pilfer meat from lions are either foolish or starving. Ramsey, certainly both. I agree. Cedra says, just like another Rams legal mindset of Tozy, dual citizen who loves seeing your collaboration content. Thanks for all the legwork. Hey, appreciate that. Let's see here. Johnny 718 Bravo says for 5. I hope RKI, Jack D, Vitaly, and SSS Sniper Wolf, and many more get the karma they richly deserve. There's a lot to cover. We'll put it that way. Margie said, can we get a shovel emoji next? I will look into that. That's a good one. Kid Loco says, hey, Andrew, how are you? I've been good. I've been taking a little break for Songkran, but I am back now. I am going to have to be doing a little bit of traveling around because my apartment is being worked on to repair earthquake damage. So I will be out of my apartment starting tomorrow for about 2 weeks. So that's going to be fun. But I'll still be streaming. Don't you guys worry. I always have a travel setup. All right. Let's get to some more of this content, shall we? We've got a lot of this stuff. So let's see. Where do we want to start? What do I have in the PowerPoint here? Let's start with the tweets. So there's some really unhinged tweets. Now, these tweets, mind you, these tweets were going off before he streamed. So all of this was happening before he did his YouTube streaming. I have censored both the information of Johnny because I don't want to give him any free clout. Once again, no free clout for Johnny and his accounts because we don't want to monetize Johnny. My intention is not to allow him to monetize, even by people giving him hate views. So I don't want to give Johnny a single view so he doesn't get any X monetization or YouTube monetization or anything, right? I am trying to make Johnny as poor as possible, just like Korea. I am following the Korean strategy with Johnny. So I've censored out his info, but this is indeed Johnny down here. You can see Johnny. You can see his little page right there. And I'm also censoring out the other people just because I'm not sure whether or not they want to be included in this. So I don't want to get them attached to it. So I'm protecting their identities of everybody involved. So let's just read this. And once again, these are Johnny's words. So this is his response here. There is no way to help you smooth things over with the Korean people. Oh, sorry. This is somebody trying to help Johnny. There is a way to help you smooth things over with the Korean people. Stop posting everything that is perceived as hurtful. If you can't say something nice, don't say it. Laugh if you want, but flying on the radar in enemy territory attracts attention. So this person is trying to help Johnny. They actually give some genuinely good advice. Like, this is actually good advice. Like, no joke. Like, you should take this seriously. You should stop being that offensive, right? Like that is actually a good strategy. Now, what does he say to that? Who said I want to smooth things over? They, and when he says they, he is speaking about the Korean people are cockroaches, right? Because this is a response to him saying smooth things over with the Korean people. So he literally calls the Korean people cockroaches publicly. He is at trial in Korea. Everybody involved in the process, the prosecution, the judge, the law enforcement, they are all Koreans, right? And oh, someone said impressive levels of racism. It gets way worse. Hold on. We're not even there yet. He doubles down. By the way, what I love here, see how little views he's getting? And this is all his like Discord and his second and third account. You know, he's got like 16 accounts on X. So he's like reviewing his own stuff. So he's got like nothing here. This is on X, it's like nothing, right? So let's continue here. Ryan here, I censor his name, says, it's a wonder that Japan colonized Korea, not the other way around. The stereotypes about Asians being conflict averse is less prominent with us. He probably wouldn't have got a lighter version of the Johnny Somali treatment. So Johnny responds to that and says, I get erect when I think of what the Japanese people did to your filthy sex slave prostitutes. So he literally doubles down, calling Koreans this nasty language, right? This is during an active criminal trial. Do you know how dumb this is? This is so idiotic. During a trial. This is happening during the trial. This is just happening like last week. Once again, he is pending criminal charges. Let's continue. And now this is something that is just racist in general, right? But he's talking about Father Austin Metcalf and all this other stuff. And his response down here is hang that monkey emoji. So once again, using racist language. And let's continue here. Here's another one. Disgusting scenes from Seoul last night as Unigen supporters marched through a Chinese neighborhood, hurling racist abuse and terrorizing restaurant workers. They shouted slurs like C word and go back to China at staff that are simply working. So this guy is talking about, this reporter is talking about, anti-Chinese sentiment in Korea. And what does Johnny say? And mind you, this is Johnny who's been simping for the CCP with Hank. This is Johnny who has been saying he loves China with Hank, and he uses an anti-Chinese slur. They are all C word, right? And I'm not going to say it. You guys know what it is, but this is the language that he is using. And mind you, when he goes to prison, ladies and gentlemen, he will be in there with mostly Chinese people in the foreigner prison. How do you think they're going to feel about him using the C word to describe them? Do you think they're going to be happy about that? They're going to feel about him using the C word to describe them. Do you think they're going to be happy about that? The triad members or whoever else is in there, in Korean prison with him, what majority is Chinese. I don't think they're going to be happy with that. Yeah, the word is not comrades, right? The word is not comrades. Okay. Let's see. Oh, we got one more here. Let's get one more here. So Johnny is complaining here about Streckbruder. This is this guy. I covered him a little bit. He's a nuisance streamer who is currently in Japan. He's in Japan, mind you. He is in Japan, not Korea. Japan, different country, a country which Johnny is banned from. right? And so Johnny responds when he says no charges. He says, "Oh yeah, he didn't touch the prostitute statute. I pray for the day when Kim Jong-un glasses this shithole country." He's in Japan. So Japan isn't even, he's not even talking about the right one. He says he's in LA right now. Yeah, sure. He's gone home, I think, at this point. But the point is when this was posted, because Meme Copium, what's up, Josh? He posted this last week. So at the time this was posted, he was in Japan. So at the time posting, this is obviously April 17th. You see the date right here. So at that date, he was in Japan. So this is ridiculous. And once again, it has nothing to do at all with Johnny's case or helping him out. And certainly he's just digging himself in by saying more nasty, really abusive things regarding the Korean people, and just tripling down on his statements regarding the country and the statue and everything else, and showing that he has no remorse for any of that. Okay, let me get to some of these comments, and then we're going to continue because we have 43. I'm not going to get through all of them, but we'll try some of them. And then we're going to get into more criminal activity by him. We've got criminal activity with children. We've got spreading STDs. We've got a lot of stuff tonight. Jeez. Okay, so let me organize this a little bit. Hold on. Okay, think we can get this. All right. Manachan says, let's give it to RKI. His mouth can't stop. No, it can't. RKI stands for the CCP, which stands for cabbages. Yeah, it's the Cabbage Communist Party. Yes. Rayombi says, I remember one RKI fanboy argument was Asia is wrong for suppressing suppressing speech because RKI was charged for harassing girls in South Korea, then says, where's my human rights for him? Like, my dude, what? Ryobi, your first mistake is trying to use logic with these people. They just want to argue, and they're going to say anything for any reason. They're not intelligent people. They're the lowest common denominator that is very likely to be Darwin awarded out of this existence. David for 10 says, what do you think the chances he'll be sentenced to imprisonment? High, very high. I am in the camp of 95% that he gets jail time of some way, shape, or form, right? You can never be 100% because once again, it's Korea. They can decide to do whatever they want to do. The judge can have some sort of feeling, right? Just like in the United States, even with cases where I've been very sure of the outcome, sometimes the judge just goes another way. You have to leave a little percentage for that if you're being honest. But I have high confidence that he's going to get some time behind bars. I mean, you would think they're at least going to give similar to what they have in Japan. But mind you, guys, this trial will now likely drag out till 2026. So we're looking at a situation where he may be in Korea with Korea as his prison for over a year. So he's essentially been sentenced via the process for a year in Korea, over a year, about a year and a couple months it'll probably be. And then he'll get, if he gets a year, that's 2 years effectively. 1 year that he's been locked in Korea, and another year where he's stuck there in prison, right? And in a certain way, you know, when you're in prison, stuff is actually paid for. E. Lopez says, I'd love to see your channel grow. Thank you. We're doing great, guys. If you want to like the channel, follow. I hope I've earned your subscription. We are on a rocket path to 250K. We blew past 200. We're at 240 almost. And I think we're at 250. We'll hopefully we get to 300. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the coverage. And, you know, I always try to improve and do a little bit better for you guys and think about how I can do things more professional. I know that you guys have liked the PowerPoints, so the PPs are here to stay. Peter Burke, speaking of PPs, for 10, thank you for that. Thank you. Peter Burke says RKI is lower than a rotten cabbage. Couldn't agree more. Cat Weasel Gaming says CCP is cabbage crop pickers. I like that acronym. I like that. Ram Recruit says listening while at my first full-time job. Hey, congratulations. Making amazing money. That's so good. Thank you. And I'm happy for you. Amazing what hard and good work earns. Crazy, right? It's crazy because he doesn't know how to do anything else. And it's sad. But like Eric says here, Gin Blades, bro is 845% cooked. I did the math. Let's see here. Brandon Johnson says life ruination is evil, so don't do it. I will not. Fat Factor said he's stuck in the spin cycle of stupidity. David Miller says gently caress the like button or smash it. MRMC says, are RKI's reproductive organs fair game? Sure. Kwang Lee for 5 says, do you think there are people donate to rage bait RKI to get them in more trouble? What is your opinion on it? They do that. Everybody is free to do whatever you want with your money. You can take your money and waste it if you want. Some people take money and they spend it to troll him. People use my coping and seething song and they troll him with it. You can do whatever you want to do. Now, I personally would never do that. I would never financially support it myself, and I wouldn't encourage anybody I know to do that, but I don't tell people what to do. I wouldn't do it, right? Personally. Alex Gifford says, hey, Mr. Mindset, what type of law do you specialize in when you practice your profession? I mainly do corporate law. So when I do private law, I'll do corporate stuff. So related to corporate formation, stuff like that. I did real estate for years in Florida. And now I also will help with immigration law. So those are the 3 things, both, past, present, future, that I work on over here in Asia. It's lovely. And I love it. And also, being a full-time YouTuber doesn't hurt either. Supermarket says going to make some boiled cabbage water and call an RKI tier. Cat Game says, wait, media now notices. Finally can't wait. On global news, this is a big deal for our wet cabbages. Yeah, and I guarantee you this will hit bigger news, especially when sentencing comes down. Ryobi says, in other words, don't be like the one doctor in Stan for Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp, where the doctor was tweaking out and seething. Oh, no, that's bad. Czar says this was used by Drama Alert as well and considered not ban evasion when Keemstar did it. Not sure if it's changed. I'm not sure that still applies. I think it is ban evasion. But you can always tag Team YouTube and ask them to check it out. King says for 249 says, with all these IR streamers, you think it's the year of the IRL streamers. It does seem like that, right? Bad News Badger says everyone has a plan until they get pimp slapped in the face. Korea is that slap for RKI, Johnny Somali, both metaphorically and literally. Now, this is something silly. Now, Steven, I think you've sent a couple other comments that are kind of trolly. Just deport him as an American. He should come home. Steven, I think, now, once again, you're allowed to make a comment. You're absolutely wrong about this. And I think you made a comment about deporting Vitaly. No, you cannot prosecute people criminally outside of that country. America cannot prosecute him for Korean crimes. That's how sovereign jurisdiction works. He has to remain in Korea. He has to face justice under the Korean system. No, sorry. If you want to face the American justice system, do your crimes in America. And you know what? He should also have his passport revoked and never be able to travel again because he's an embarrassment to America. And not only that, but he's an international criminal. And I can say that because he has committed crimes now in both Japan and Korea. And by the way, he's already officially a criminal in Korea. He has pled guilty to several crimes already, not all of them, but some. So he is officially a criminal in Korea and a criminal in Japan. So multinational criminal. He's been in multiple countries, committed crimes. That is more than enough basis for the State Department to revoke his passport. There doesn't need to be any more discussion here. And it's a pattern of behavior. M for 10, thank you so much. Margie said the PP was fire. Oh, it's not done yet. We got more. I have a very large PP today. Thank you. Thank you for that. Especially love the cabbage part. We got more. We got more. Muzzy for 10, thank
Seems
looks,
alright.
Looks good, looks good. Now, all we have to do is shut it, turn it on, and wait. At this point, it should be good. And you can see here, it says 1000 Fahrenheit, which is good. It's what we need to keep the flask at for when we cast it. But I am very curious about what it looks like. What does it look like? Will it be a disaster? Did I screw up? It looks fine.
Huh.
In the middle of the night last night, I panicked and I came back and added these rails. I don't think you have to prop it up, but I wanted there to be at least a little bit of a gap between the top and bottom. But either way, it looks good. I'm happy with what I see. And I think we're ready to actually start working with gold. And it's still sitting here from day one. It's been a while. I'm happy it's still here. There it is.
Pure gold.
When we first came up with this idea for making grills, I really thought that this would be enough. But it turns out that it's not even close. So, I had to buy a little bit more gold. Another Royal Canadian Mint one. And then on top of this, we got some Swiss gold, I guess. And then on top of this, we got some Chinese gold.
What?
But even this, I feared wasn't enough. So I scrounged around and I found the gold I was using on another project, which is all in powder form.
Oh, man.
And this is another 18 grams of gold.
Holy.
And the worst part, the absolute worst part about all of this is technically, it's still not enough. We wanted to make 24 karat, but we would actually still need like 50% more gold. And I just said no. So instead, we're gonna do 18 karat gold, which is technically better for grills. I just like the idea, I thought 24 karat was cooler, but 18 karat will actually make them more durable and functional. And it makes it so that this is totally enough. But yeah, with that being said, 18 karat gold is 75% gold and then 25% other stuff. And for that, I have this copper and a bar of silver.
Oh, you also picked that up?
Yeah, but this is like way cheaper. But either way, now we just have to melt it all together. To do that, I have this thing, a little furnace. So, I'm just gonna start off by putting in all of the gold. So I'll start with the first big bar, goodbye. Second big bar, goodbye. And that's it. There should be 131.52 grams of gold in there. More gold than I've ever seen in my life. I guess now we just have to turn it on and wait for it to heat up. And it should liquefy the gold. Okay, so it's already at 800 Fahrenheit. It's gonna go pretty quick. Okay, we're getting to 1,000. Probably gonna start seeing some smoke, which is not good to breathe. It's definitely getting nice and hot in there. I think it's gonna start melting. Oh, I think it's melting. Oh, I can't tell. It's so bright and red, I can't tell. It just looks like things are changing. Oh, well, that's cool. It all just suddenly vanished. Now it's a blob at the bottom. At this point, we're pretty good. And I'm gonna add the other metals. Some gold splashed out. Yeah, just gotta do a quick stir to make sure that all the metals are mixed together. Okay. It's good. That's it. Everything's fully loaded. It should be completely melted. And now I'll drop the temperature.
What are you gonna drop it to?
I was thinking 1900. This is the moment we've been waiting for. And we're ready to try casting it. And hopefully it won't be a complete failure. Okay, let's do this. So we need to get the mold we made out of the oven. And this all has to be done relatively quickly. Okay. Shove it into here. Nice and sealed. Looks good. Grab these tongs. And now we can turn it on. I'm gonna pull a vacuum through this. And now while this is red hot, we take this out. Nice liquid, and just pour it quickly. And in theory, that's it. Did we just do it, or did we fail?
So how long do we leave it?
So, it's still red hot, and we have to wait for the metal to not be red anymore. Oh, look, it's losing its color. Here, turn all the lights off.
Oh yeah. Still glowing.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. We have a hard, nice chunk of metal at the top now that doesn't seem to be glowing. So now we have to get our, hopefully, not horrible casting out of this. And to do this, it's pretty simple. All we need is a bucket of water. And in theory, all we have to do is dunk this into the water. Okay, and that's it. Oh my God.
Whoa. It's weird, eh? It doesn't look like gold.
No, it's covered in oxides, but it's pretty detailed. Like that is what the wax was. Look, you even see my fingerprint in it. Can you see that?
Oh yeah, kind of can, yeah.
So now we have a nice and beautiful thing, but half of it is junk. So we're gonna have to get rid of all of this connecting material. Oh yeah.
Nice.
First one off. Look, you can see the nice gold color inside.
Oh yeah. That's pretty nice.
Look, it's a little tree thing. We don't need this anymore though. We now have free grills. I kind of like the dagger action you get at the bottom. I like that. That could be my teeth. Just horrible spikes. Okay, now either we obviously have to clean them up a bit more, polish them, but so far it's looking pretty good. Okay, slowly looking better. Still got a little ways to go. Okay. So I think all the sprues are gone. And what we have to do now is just get a little bit more detail. Like clean up in between the teeth. Just make the edging look a little bit better. Okay. Looks pretty good.
Damn.
Those are my upper teeth, man.
Whoa.
There's some small minor things I changed, but I think for now, I'll move on to the bottoms. Okay. So we got the bottoms, and we got the tops. And I think now we just have to polish them so they're all nice and shiny. Goo activated. Okay, gonna go wash them off. And then the reveal. It's done.
Wow.
Finally. Finally. I have my bottoms and my tops.
Woo! Dude, those look insanely good. That
Yeah.
detail.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that's pretty good. They look like grills. And what do I do now?
Oh, you gotta try them on.
I'm scared because I'm scared of what I might realize when I put them on.
You ready?
I'm afraid to open my mouth.
Let's see those shiny grills, dude.
How does it look?
It looks, dude, honestly.
Do I look better than the photo?
It's honestly not that far off. I mean, dude, I don't know what you want me to tell you. I mean, they look cool. They do look cool. Do you look cool?
I don't know. So, was this worth it? Was everything worth it? I'm about to find out. Oh no. Oh no. It's kind of terrifying. It's so much shinier than I thought. You know what, actually? You know what? I kind of like them.
All right.
But I think to truly know how they look, we need to get other opinions. Other unbiased opinions. And, you know, maybe they'll laugh at me. But I kind of want to show off something I made. You look like some kind of Batman villain.
What the f?
Is that Nigel? Yo, what's up, man?
Not too much. What's up with you?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Either way, in the end, I'm still really happy with how they turned out. And, you know, who knows? Maybe in the future, far, far away in the future, I'll have the confidence to wear them again. All right, so this ended up being the longest most difficult, and for me personally, the most embarrassing project we've ever done on this channel, but I still really enjoyed it. I also hope that you guys enjoyed watching it, but if you didn't, well then maybe you'll enjoy Opera, the sponsor of this video. I've been using Opera on desktop for a while now, and I still think that it's the best browser I've ever used. Not only does it have a new and redesigned interface and an overall experience that's just fast and smooth, it also has a bunch of really convenient and useful features. One of my favorite things is the sidebar, where I can easily access things like Messenger, WhatsApp, Instagram, and TikTok. I can also easily access the music player, which has music apps like Spotify and Apple Music, and they even have a built-in free VPN and ad blocker. Another really useful feature that I like is the ability to group tabs together into islands, so it isn't just a disaster. This is especially useful for me whenever I'm doing research for a project, because I always end up opening an insane amount of tabs, and this just helps keep things manageable. On top of all this though, Opera also comes with a new and completely free browser AI called Aria. It's able to do things like answer questions, translate, and summarize text, and something that I really like is that it's connected to the internet, so it can provide up-to-date information. What's also nice is that using it is completely optional, and you only activate it if you want it. With all that being said though, I still think that Opera is the best browser I've ever used, and I still think that it's worth switching over for just the sidebar alone. I definitely think that it's worth at least giving it a try, and you can download it right now by clicking the link in the description.
Johnny Somali is threatening Korean women with infection with STDs, specifically with HIV and AIDS. This is something that people might think of as a joke. This is not a joke. And in fact, when in history, and I'm going to get into this, we'll show you some case law. Oh, there's case law about this, but there are cases that where people have been prosecuted, specifically in the United States. In fact, repeatedly, people have been prosecuted for threatened potential threats to infect others with diseases. And that is something that is not okay. In fact, there was a parole for a doctor. It was I believe it might have been a doctor who injected his mistress with HIV and hepatitis. She contracted those. He went to jail. She actually, I believe, eventually died of HIV/AIDS. So he went to jail. He was denied parole. So that is very serious. Also serious is As gifting 10 Legal Minds and memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Also, shout out to my friend Elfpire Ava for 2 says, great stream. Callie Barr just admitted using AI. That's crazy. So let's watch this thing. This is video of Ramsey Cletus Smile on April 22nd talking about this. Let's just play the tape.
Korea does not let me out of Korea. I'm telling you right now, it is a danger to the Korean women. I have had so much sex with Korean women while I've been locked here.
First of all, let me say this real quick. I do not believe this at all. Number one, he doesn't have any money, although he does admit to using prostitution, and I do believe he did engage in prostitution in Southeast Asia and other places. But in Korea, he definitely doesn't have any money. Number one, and number two, no, ain't nobody interested in Ramsey Cletus Smile. So I'm calling a lie on that one. But let's continue to hear his threat, because once again, he is threatening Korea if they don't let him go.
I don't wear any condom when I fuck these Korean women. I don't get any STD tests when I fuck these Korean women. I don't get any STD tests when I fuck these Korean women.
By the way, I am not, I know what you're thinking, chat. I am not counting Hank, okay? So Hank does not count. I know, I see you in the chat talking about Hank. Hank does not count. In Korea, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Maybe in other countries it might, but not in Korea. Let's continue.
And I make sure to spread whatever I have to all of these Korean women. And the police can't stop me. The government can't stop me. These Korean ladies is fiending for black dick. Every single week they keep me in Korea. I'm gonna keep coming in Korean women. I'm a handsome, sexy nigga. I'm nice. I'm good looking.
I haven't had pussy since fucking September, nigga.
Okay, do you guys want to know what happened when I went to the red light district with Hank? I'll tell y'all the story. The other day we went to the red light district, and the reason I didn't stream it is because every single hooker we met in the red light district was like, no black, no black, no black. I was getting mad, chat. These Korean ladies is fiending for black dick. No black, no black, no black.
So obviously that's a cut by Johnny So Smalley over there on X. He's talking about that stuff, and then he's talking about injecting people intentionally with HIV and AIDS, and he specifically actually makes a threat against me. Right. So let's listen to this one. I posted this one on my X so people can look at this one here. This is a very specific threat against me, of all people here. So let's listen up to this one.
Legal mindset. I don't need to fight that nigga. I'll walk past the nigga, inject the nigga with some HIV blood with a fucking needle, nigga. Legal mindset.
See, that's a very specific threat against a very specific person. That's actually against me. So that is what you would call, and that's a threat and that's what you call a pinprick attack, which is, you can Google it. There's actually Wikipedia pages about it. There's stuff like that about it. That is very much criminal to threaten, to talk about. And in many countries, there's actually specific statutes that relate to that legally, right? That specifically relate to that. So that actually gives me some interesting law to talk about. That's the rest of the PowerPoint here. So in countries like the United States, in Western Europe, there are laws. Now, in many places, there was a specific statute, the specific law that says that threatening people with AIDS or passing AIDS is illegal. Now, back in the day, these laws were controversial because many people thought that they would be used against people that lived other alternative lifestyles, like, for example, homosexuals. So in the past, they thought that these laws would be used widely to essentially ban homosexuality, which largely, by and large, with isolated cases and individual, exceptions aside, by and large, generally that did not happen. But those laws are still on the books, laws that criminalize specifically the intentional transmission of HIV and AIDS. But beyond that, you can actually use existing laws. So laws like intimidation. So saying, I'm going to do this because you cover me, or I'm going to do this if you don't release me. That is intimidation. That's also an attempted crime. It can be assault. And if you actually do it, it can be attempted murder or murder. So if you killed somebody, they died of AIDS, that would actually be murder. And in Korea, there are some specific crimes. I'm going to give a quick shout out to Dr. Ulrich and also to the other folks that helped me out in Korea on this, because they helped me out with these specific articles. I think Dr. Ulrich gave me a lot of these, so big shout out to him. But I confirmed these and asked around and looked them all up, so they all check out. But in Korea, if you actually went over and threatened people with HIV, you could be guilty of any of these things: injury, attempted injury, serious injury, special threat, attempted crime, murder. Also, Korea has a special statute, a special law called the Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, that's AIDS, Prevention Act, Article 19, Prohibition on Conduct Risking Transmission. What does that carry? I know you all want to know, and that is 10 years in jail. So 10 years under that statute for any conduct that would involve that. So that would be stacking on top of his already full stack of issues, 10 years in potential years in prison. That's a maximum penalty there, right? So a lot of solid time there as well. And once again, this is all stuff Johnny tried to delete because Johnny knew when he played that is a direct threat. That is a direct threat, not just the Korean people. He threatened me specifically. And by the way, tomorrow we'll probably have a little bit more footage, maybe some more stuff that's edited out. Once again, have to clean up the DGen chat and censor some stuff. But this is very, very insane, right? And once again, he still has a criminal case pending. Isn't this nuts? Where the hell else does this happen? M gifted another 10 Legal Mindset memberships. Thank you, Jay, for £9.99. Thank you so much. Mark Hampton for 10 says shenanigans, more than shenanigans. Isn't this grounds to confine him? It could be, but once again, that's not anybody's call. It's not my call or anybody else. It could be. They could confine him for this. They could. Danielle Novotny says, this poor deluded man-child. Don't worry, RKI. You're not going to leave Korea. Not for a long, long time. Yep. Randy said, I want to point out that if Somali doesn't have real ID, he can't fly domestically without a passport. So he might be stuck where they drop him off until he gets deported. That'd be interesting. Rayobi said, careful, Legal Mind said he will jump and fall flat on the pavement, then cower in fear and cope like he did with Yu Dagun, the French guy, and the man with the man bun. I am not, like, physically, RKI is a joke. He's a shrimp. If he, like I've said before, he threatened me with mace, he threatened to blind me, he threatened to, do all sorts of other stuff. Now he's threatening me with HIV needles, right? I mean, first of all, like, it doesn't take, like, a child could karate chop Ramsey Cleet Ismail. But the point of the matter is, is it a credible threat? It could be. It has the potential. In the United States, that threat would be more than enough to file a restraining order. That'd be very clear if I wanted to do that. That'd be very, very simple. But yeah, we'll see what comes of that. I want to leave a little mystery to the consequences for RKI. But Once again, he's only digging himself deeper. He is digging this deeper and deeper and deeper with this sort of behavior. Mr. Trellis from North Twillingate for 5 Canadian says the more likely he will get paused in prison. I don't think he had sex with enough people to have caught HIV. Who would want to F that guy? Apparently some people. I mean, I don't know. Ask Hank. Jonathan Pude as a new member. Deck Na Pala, thank you for the 199. Joseph, also thank you for the 2. Nanny said, are you pressing charges? Once again, let's leave some mystery here. Pilot Girl for 2 says, no woman want to have sex with RK. Looks like a kid. Have you seen the body shape? Rihanna said, are you going to report it? Like I said, we're going to get some mystery here, but there will be filings. There will be filings. Golly, this is Michael Rua. Inquisition for 31s for 10 says, does RKI still count as a criminal in Israel? Yes. He is banned from Israel for 5 years, minimum, probably permanently. Also, if he managed to flee, could Korea, even Israel, extradite him from the U.S. to face justice? They could if he tried to flee. Yes, they could. He's not going to try to flee. Now, he does say something stupid. Let me play this real quick, because a lot of you talk about this and it really pisses me off almost as much as Insanity Plea, which, by the way, thank you guys for hitting the goal for tonight. We've got more than 10 chats, so Somali cannot delete his videos immediately. But I want to play for you Johnny talking about escaping to international waters. Let's play this little clip here. This is hilarious. Once again, this is all new stuff. All of this tonight is new stuff.
To Incheon.
Well, let me.
Incheon.
Hold on.
And then the next stream, Incheon.
So Incheon, so you guys know, is the port that is west of Seoul. It's largely considered as part of the Seoul metropolitan area, but Incheon to Seoul will take you to, an hour or 2 to get there, even at the fastest speed. It's the place where General MacArthur and the Korean War landed. They did their famous landing in Incheon, which was a big W and kind of cut off a lot of the North Korean army and led to the press in the north, which was followed by the Chinese attack and then pressed back to the parallel and kind of the stalemate. But Incheon is also where the airport is as well. But there is a big port in Incheon. Some of the biggest tidal movements happen in Incheon and in that bay. So it is one of the biggest areas where the tide goes up and down by a massive amount. So much so that like ships can ground themselves if they don't know where they're properly navigating during low tide. It is a huge shift. So he's talking about going to Incheon, and let's hear what he has to say.
I'm going to Incheon. I'm renting a boat or an inflatable raft. And I'm going to stream sailing to international waters. As soon as I hit international water, these niggas can't touch me.
That is not going to happen. Number one, he will not get anywhere near international waters. He wouldn't even make it close to international waters because of the outlying islands. He would go so far, and the closest he could get to international waters would be trying to go to North Korea, in which case North Korea, I would love for him to try that, because they will shoot down and destroy any boat. They shoot down Chinese fishing vessels. They would 100% shoot him down. But in an inflatable raft or a small boat, he wouldn't even make it out of the bay, right? He wouldn't even make it out of the bay. It would be R.I.P. Ramsey real quick if they'd even try to rent it to him, right? So, I mean, once again, I would love to see him try. It would not work. This will not work. But, let's see him try. Norbert Froelich says, I don't want to flog a dead horse about a certain plea, but no one can convince me RKI still has all his marbles. He does. He's doing this for clout and attention, for sure. Ryobi said, and don't forget he stuck his tongue out at you and Atozi and got straightened out by the bailiff and shat himself when the judge told him his charges. Exactly. He's been nothing but scared the entire time. Minsk Watcher for 10 Belarusian, right? Says Coast Guard just exists. Yeah, he acts as if the Coast Guard isn't monitoring the situation. It's insane. Tillin Lewis in Ike Kun for 5, is that Peruvian? Says that guy thinks that he's living in GTA San Andreas, and he is not. Edie Sizhan says, I hope he gets to international waters and the sharks ignore him. Where's he going to go? North Korea or China? I don't think that would work out well. And once again, it is hundreds of miles. You cannot get there in an inflatable raft. He would die. Asian Dragon says, I wanted Johnny Somali to continue to dig more. But one thing is to stop saying the N-word, because if I cannot say it, why can't he say it? Well, I'm not using that word, but he used it a lot. Jonathan Puide for 100 Swedish krona says, I don't even want to think of any woman who would want RKI salami, even if they got trillions of won for it. Yeah.